Hello, Hendy. Also, hello, Rotrix. It has been a moment, I feel. How are you doing? Really? Come on, then. Guess what? Immediately as I started streaming. Come on, then. I've seen you around, but keep missing his streams. Fair enough, fair enough. Sorry, I was distracted by the kid. Distracted by the cat. The kitty cat. All right. Give me a face. You've got eye boogers. Gimme. So, what are all of our plans this weekend? Hey, Spike, how we doing? As is tradition, we are encatted for the first 20 or so minutes of stream, it would seem. Oop, why is the microphone maxed out? Oops. It's annoying. There we go. I was going to cut the lawn today, but we had an epic thunderstorm around 5 a.m., so everything is soaked right now. Probably clean up the hobby and computer desk instead. Do you have any models to paint? You know, far be it from me to recommend painting, but yeah, we are increasingly close to done on this guy. Any models to paint? My shelf of potential is overloaded, but some general cleaning needs to take place, yeah. Yesterday I had the thought of like doing a stream where I go through all of the boxes in this room and put all of the bits into proper like sorting boxes. Because we were talking about bits yesterday. It might take a while. All right, we're off to a strong start. Internet problems. Apparently I just disconnected briefly. Love it. Why is it doing this? The things that I wish to currently do to E are manifold. Can anyone still hear me? Apparently I've just disconnected a bunch. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Always something. It's always you or the internet. Never gonna get any work done. Yeah, can still hear you. Good, 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 good. Hello, Jeff, by the way. Frog. All right, I'm just going to ignore what's going on with the connection and you know. Yes, give me your other side. Wait, stop it. Oh. All right. Well, at least she's gone. I think trying to remove all the hair wound her up. All right. Hey, hungry. How we doing? How's Hammy? He is alive. I know Din doesn't meant. What do you mean by that? Are we talking savory or sweet? I also realized he's way fatter than he looks. So he's got a black band on his stomach. That sort of like makes him look way thinner than he is. Little shit's got like contouring lines. I think he looks like candy. I mean, I yeah, I guess. Uh, those bright colors meant to be a warning not to eat him, but my brain is betraying me. That is story of human existence, you know. Like coffee and all of these things evolved to be bitter and unpalatable, and we were just like, you know what? You also just missed Nova, by the way. She has noticed the pattern that you do not value her anymore. For shame, for shame. She's taking it very personally, I assure you. You in work today or are you at home? What was your weekend looking like? At home all day, rarity, working tomorrow though, because 2 days off in a row is weird. Why are you working a Sunday of all days? Sunday is my regular weekend day. Me and Swell gets time off from Saturday evening all the way till Monday. There's like a tiny part in the back of my brain that's like, go on, drive a wedge in, start a feud. But I don't have it in me. But know that I thought about it as a joke, as a ha-ha, as a bit. Between me and Val, yes, as a joke. You couldn't if you tried? Well, that's good to know. With the same person 3 years apart. That's cute. Imagine having a tolerable sibling. Well, actually, my older brother's alright. The younger one. Multiple siblings? Multiple siblings. Not to jump the gun here, but do you have an idea of what's up next after the Duke is finished? I have 2 questing nights to finish. My battle standard bearer for the army. It's more Bretonnian, so I've got to get this list done for October, and we all know how slow I am. I should be way faster on like the regular dudes, because I was finishing about an hour a night like every 2 or 3 weeks. Sometimes quicker, sometimes, well, never slower actually, but we got to get a move on now. Why'd you ask? Is that something in particular you wanted me to do? Unit of Peg Knights. The Pegasus Knights I'll probably do off stream for the most part, because there's a lot of airbrushing there. I'm just gonna try and blast through them. Anything you'd like to do? I quite enjoy the questing nights. Yeah, the questing nights are like, they're kind of a pain being partially metal models. So they have their own considerations. Yeah, if you look on my Instagram, they should be like the last 3-4 nights that I've done. The really grimy looking ones are the questing nights. I've got the leader and banner bearer of that squad left. Painting metal makes me sad. I like single piece metal models like Slayer's single piece metal models are no problem at all. But multi-part metal model. Oh. Did you chip? No, you didn't. Christ. That's a miracle. Didn't chip. Possible case in point that I literally, as if to prove you wrong, I dropped it and it didn't chip. Wild. Yeah, no shipping. It literally did that just to own you, Hungry. Your nails apparently took it. Listen. I've been busy, all right? Also, you know, the hazards of acrylic nail paint and showering regularly is that it lifts the paint quite handily if you like really hot showers. So, you know. deeply unfortunate turn of events that I enjoy sharing too much. Well, your nails will chip slower. So if they're unchipped for a very, very long time, either you don't do a lot with your hands or you're not washing them or showering a lot. Although, actually, only if you've got acrylics. If you have gels on, they don't chip the same. Or if you use like gels through an airbrush, like gel paints rather than builder gels, they also don't chip the same as acrylics. So yeah, I've been thinking about getting some. I mean, chipped nails also means lazy. I've been too busy painting to do any real nail care. You can see how much they've grown since I put it on. Everything means lazy? Quite literally, yeah. Because also the other thing is you're too lazy to do your own nails, so you then pay to have them done, which is expensive to constantly re-up your nails. And I am quite cheap. Outside of very specific scenarios that involve frogs and Warhammer. You should do your nails to match the heraldry. That's exactly what I was going to do, Spike. Yeah, I'm going to get my nails done in some of the easier to do heraldries because I imagine my tech is going to like want to beat me to death with a hammer if I give her like several different like charges that she needs to freehand. Although, to be honest, the girl I go to when I want to do like stupid shit with my nails has also done like individually like paneled nails from like different manga before. So I actually doubt she would sniff at it, you know. It wouldn't really raise an eyebrow. I think it would be quite average actually when you're doing nail art. Yeah, if anything, like Bretonnian heraldry would probably be quite tame. I'm not pleased with this gold. But I think it's one of those things I'm just gonna have to pull the ripcord on. Does this gold look too blown out to you guys? Do the highlights read it all? Really hard to tell with metallics. This is going to be one of those things that slowly drives me into doing non-metallic metal just for the control. Stick it on the boss. Unfortunately, his gooch rod is super glued in, so I would have to snap him off of it. Fake it with character angles, character camera angles. English. I guess I'll just correct it when it's on the boss. If it needs correcting. Highlights do seem to show. Good. Yeah, I've never been particularly good with metallics, if I'm being honest. It's probably one of my weakest. One of my weakest factors when it comes to miniature painting. Ironically, I am better at non-metallic metals. I just don't like doing non-metallic metals. All right, I think I'm done with the gold. Yeah, I really wish I still had some Vallejo metallics, because the Model S silver is some of the best like highlight color I ever done did have, but I haven't owned any in a minute. So you know what? I should have put some in my Wood Elf pre-order. Whatever. Completely forgot about that. Oh well. Yeah, I always get the Arcane Journal, and I always get the dice because I am an absolute dice goblin. And the Arcane Journal, I like to have it hand to read through so that I know who I'm playing against when I'm, obviously I focus on a couple of armies per edition, and obviously this edition it's very much been Dark Elves and Bretonnians. To a lesser extent, Dark Elves, unfortunately, because there's only one way to play them, and I don't enjoy that way, despite getting to use dragons, which we didn't get to do a lot in 8th, but I digress. Yeah, so I always get the Arcane Journals to flick through and the dice. I'm such a fucking dice goblin. It's a holdover from my D&D days, really. Stomach's for Chris is like one of those players that I would be least worried to go up against, because he's gonna go with whatever he finds like gratifying to put together as an army, and usually that means not very strong. Although, to be honest, like massive Death Stars Vushabti outside of magic missiles, that is not something I want to put like any Knights of the Realm into, to be honest. It feels like a deeply unpleasant time. No, it hasn't even been 20 minutes. Fuck me. Fine, come on. I had an initial. Yeah, Monstrous Infantry has some chops. Monstrous Infantry has always had some chops, because like multi-wound infantry, and in addition where like ranks can be completely removed, is always useful, because you lose less attacks per dropped wound. That's why ogres were always like kind of nasty in, well, pretty much most editions. Come on then. Listen, I know you're going to come up, so just do it now. Don't make me wait. She's sitting there, like, staring at me, and I know she's going to come up, but she's going to take the long way around, so let's just get this over and done with. I'm so perfunctory about her being here now. I just want to paint. Let me paint. Come on. Oh, look. What a surprise. Nova. Who would have thought? Imagine seeing a cat on this stream. Wow. Wow. Yeah, they hit hard, but it's super squishy. To be fair, Grail Knight's ruined your Dragon Ogres, really. I mean, that doesn't entirely surprise me, but Grail Knights is such a risk. They're like such a massive points investment into a single wound miniature that like I'm always scared to take them. Because I know that they're just gonna get absolutely fucking rocked by like a magic missile. I did just play very casually of lining up and charging forward there rather than my usual screening of war hands, move blocking. Yeah. That makes sense. God, I'd love some new Chaos Hound models. I'd love a lot of new models. Like I would love to see the Cathay treatment across like certain lines because there's some models that I think with the new design ethos, technology and sculptors that would absolutely sing. Oh god, also, yeah, I just clocked your purring pun, Hungry, and also shut up, get out, leave. God damn it. It wasn't intentional. Yeah, but since we fancy word pick it was unintentional, I use fancy words. It's just that's sort of the problem with you know having a lot of family educated in places that teach received pronunciation. Is that you speak like a twat. Yeah, I am an absolute dice fiend. So here's my dice bag with like my general dice sets in it. It's crocheted. I'm Southern. I have twatish pronunciation also. Oh, you don't like the dice bag? Okay. The dice bag is new and scary. Could you get your fucking butthole out of my face? Thank you. You're standing on the arm of my chair. Yeah, but these are my general dice for play. Got my purple old, my standard, and big dice for turn counting. These are all the like boring generic dice that I use a lot. What do you think? She sat on the arm of my chair. She's still here. So I'm not going to start paying again just yet. There's the old Daughters of Cain dice that I got. I've used these once or twice, but they're a little too big for my taste. I have my old, like, most used dice cube from G-Dubs with the box that you can use as a turn counter. I got my Empire dice, High Elf dice, Dwarf dice. I could keep going. This is gonna get bad. I have so many fucking sets of dice. One of my sets of D&D dice. This is getting out of hand. There's too much shelf space allotted to dice. I've collected almost all the Blood Bowl ones. They take up too much room for how little they get used. I use them enough that I'm not bothered by it. I really like thematic dice. I've been looking at Baron of Dice. They've got these fleur-de-lis dice that are mostly used for Sisters of Battle, I think. But they've got these lovely stone fleur-de-lis dice that I'm tempted to get for my brats. But they're also quite expensive. I think it's Baron of Dice. The guy who runs it is mildly insane. How so? She's literally still here. Look, I'm gonna try and coax her out. She sat on the arm of my. There we go. She sat on the arm of my chair, just watching. No, drinking the rinse water. Stop it. Yeah, they're very, very expensive. Why I haven't gotten any. Contacted by them before about custom dice, and the interaction left a lasting memory years later. Wow, I'm not going to press you on that. Unless you want to volunteer it, but okay. Noted. I'm tired. I'm playing with fire here. She's going to whack my hand in a moment. That was very gentle. I thought you were going to really get... You were going to give me a real whack. A real whack. Oh, we might do a special 10-year... Wait, you can get custom dice from Bretonnia Dice, or is that like a distributor thing? I bet that costs a lot. You going away? Bye-bye. All right, back to painting. Full customization, but it's not cheap. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Might have to do a set of dice at some point. I'm also super low on Iron Hand Steel. I do not remember using this paint frequently enough for it to be as low as it is. Although I guess all of the Knights of the Realm do have an amount of like steel armor, so I could be where it's going, but I don't. Oh, I don't use that map. Jesuits are the one who do all the casino dice, right? But they might do. It might be me just imagining that, but the name sounds familiar. And not for wargaming reasons. God, everything is so covered in hair. I hope you're happy, Nova. You little shit. She's eyeballing me from the other side of the room on her tower. Then she heard me call her a shit. She can't help being a fluffy baby. Well, I can help it. I'm going to shave her. enough is enough. It's gotta go. You can rage all you want, but I like the amount of fur that I've brushed off this desk that I'm gonna have to vacuum up. As this whole setup needs a deep clean, and when I install the new camera rig, it's gonna get a proper deep clean, and it's gonna be like 90% cat fur. I see you. He thinks he's hidden. Just realized the music with him is quite ominous. Yeah, compared to Dinsdale, Hamilton is going to be huge. Although Dinsdale is still kind of a baby. Mickey One Punch, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you sticking around. How did you find your way to me today? Hello, Luke. How goes? What brings you my way today? Anybody enjoying the sunshine? I presume not, as you're in here watching someone paint, but no. Weather's nice. I can see it outside of the window. Inside with curtains closed? How dare. Just woke up. Weather do be nice today? It do be. Currently on my second day, building my very first miniatures. Come on Twitch for some background noise and inspiration as I feel a little overwhelmed. Never made miniatures, painted or played. But giving it a go starting yesterday, 33 years old. Perhaps I'm pet. Hey, 30, your 30s is early for a lot of people. Like, the amount of people I know that have only recently started in the last couple of years and are exceptionally good at what they do is not small. Case in point, let's see. Whiskey and wizard. So that there is Whiskey and Wizards, an acquaintance of mine. Paints a lot of Oldham miniatures, and you would think they had been at it a long, long time. He has not. I think he's only been like way into Warhammer for like 5 years. 5, 6, 7 years maybe. Like he's Oh yeah, he took a massive break. He took a massive break like most people. And then he started up again in 2019 is when he started painting again. And he was no offense to Whiskey, my boy, because I love him. He's good people. He was absolute ass in 2019. Compared to what he is now. So genuinely, like, don't worry. Take your time and enjoy it, and you will make as many steps to whatever progress you want to make. And also, when I say he was ass, he was actually, pretty decent, tabletop standard, But like, depending on what you want to focus on, and depending on how you want to approach the hobby, you can do as little or as much as you want, and nobody's gonna press you over it but you. So, find some bits you like and work on them. And then one day you will look back at when you started at 33 years old and you'll go, hey, I've come a hell of a long way. But also don't measure yourself against other painters or hobbyists. Measure yourself against you from yesterday. Because in your own hobby journey, you are, for the most part, the only person who matters in that regard. Genuinely, like there is no too early or too late to start. You start when you start, and you make the most of the time you have. Just make sure you're enjoying it. There's no use in doing any of this if it makes you feel bad. Does Imps run painting workshops? Because if you do run painting workshops, Hungry, book me to come over next year and I will chain you to a desk and make you paint for 3 days. Alfie for Twitch. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you sticking around. How did you find your way to me today? Also, go outside and enjoy the weather. Stop watching me. We don't do them now, not unless someone else organizes them. God, we are like literally like 1.5 colors away from finishing this model, or the rider at the very least. I never thought I'd get here. We've been doing this for so long. How's yours coming along, by the way, Raven Kitty? I know you were. I'm up to 1 this year. Sorry, Hungry distracted me. We know I have like goldfish memory, so if I start reading another comment whilst I'm speaking, I absolutely like nuke the previous thought from my brain. I was saying, how's your Royal Pegasus coming along? I know you were resculpting a bunch of it. What would you say your most played game is in Imps? Hungry. Didn't make much progress since I started posted in Discord. Hey. Rare Raven Kitty post. Sadly, I think 40k. Yeah. I was going to try and find you an excuse to send you one of the tables that I have built or will build in the future, but sadly, none of them are 40. Wait, is Dystopian Wars the naval one? Hendy, is Dystopian Wars the one that I was going to do the stupid resin table for? Wouldn't have room for a table anyway? Boo. Boo. Yes? Oh. Uh, 3,000 months in Siri? Yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna do a well, I am gonna do it at some point because it's in my brain now and it's a challenge and it looks really fun. I was gonna do like a full resin pour Dystopian Wars table with like coral reefs and whales and like shoals of fish underneath the surface that can be covered up like a regular coffee table. But you can lower the sides to get like a side view full through the like water. Yeah, unfortunately Hendy showed me that one and it just wormed its way into my brain. Has a new edition coming out in a few months? Yeah, but also I do have as close to infinite storage as possible for a hobbyist. Like I have a lot of space for storage, but also at some point I will probably just start giving away tables. At least the ones that I'm not using. Any of the non-Warhammer ones can find a home at some point. I mean, you are also carrying like a shit ton of inventory, so at least that I can understand. You should make 4x4. See, the thing with the Dark Ages table, though, is I think that would probably be also useful for like Warhammer and like smaller warbands games and stuff. So I'm not sure that would be one I give away. Although, yeah, once I've got my computer upgraded, I'm gonna go like full bore on the YouTube stuff because I can finally edit fucking 4K video footage. Even proxied, my computer just doesn't cope well with it. Doesn't have enough RAM. CPU's ancient. Moving over almost 10 years, so 5,000 more line items than when we started. Does Games Workshop release 10 products? Jeez. Jeez, and Lord and mercy. Wow. Yeah, sometimes when I start paying attention to things outside of Necromunda and the old world, I do get a bit astounded at how much Games Workshop does. Matthew, hello. I was wondering where you were yesterday. I was asking physics how you were doing. How's life? Busy? Well, I hope you're at least getting paid well for it being busy. So that you can then go and spend that on more models. Which is what I assume you'll do. I'm at my most vulnerable to buy new minis when I'm this busy. Mood. Nearly there. Little more of this steel and then some silver highlights, and we are done on the rider. Which means we're on to the peripherals, the shield and the reins, and then we are fucking free from this miniature, and I can go die in a hole somewhere and nobody will remember my name because I'll forget to post it, and they'll be like, huh, was there a streamer named Ren at some point? Is this for the Pegasus Mini? Yes. So have you seen the Pegasus? Oh god, I just scuffed the wing. Please don't. Okay. Yeah, so this is the boy. This is Warhammer Fantasy, right? Yes. Or as it is currently branded, Warhammer the Old World. So the Pegleton is done, and we are just doing the rider right now. Dinsdale, get down from there. What are you up to? He couldn't escape if he wanted to. Yeah, and then the rider is yeah, the rider is getting close to done. He's rather active today. Do you play too? I do. You see the old one, Age of Sigmar, 30k and 40k are all widely played. I'm conscious I haven't seen many people do Age of Sigmar on Twitch so far. Sorry for the silly question. Yeah, I do play too. I pretty much only play Warhammer Fantasy / Warhammer the Old World as it is currently branded. If you want to see someone paint Age of Sigmar, you should follow Matt Yee. Matt occasionally paints Age of Sigmar. A lot of Gloom Spike gets. Let me get Matt a shout out actually. He also plays Age of Sigmar on occasion, if you want to watch that. There you go. But yeah, it's not a silly question. Like, people, 40k as always rules the roost. Horus Heresy is up there as well. A lot of people doing that. I trust you to show up just after I shout someone out, so I couldn't be like, "Yo, Dagira, shout this motherfucker out." Fucking waster. How are you doing, Dagira? Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Why are you here and not outside enjoying the sun? Meat mate's a little over an hour. Don't lie. We know you don't have friends. Oh, sorry. Did I thank Max's Stinky for the follow? Thank you, Max's Stinky, for the follow. Have you considered sharing? Fantastic Beer Garden Day. It is. It is. It is. But I have a miniature to paint. You said that with such a sense of mourning. I had a life once. I would like you to know I'm ignoring you. I see the new spawn has been named. Yeah, Hungry was the only bidder, and thus he has been named Hamilton. Trio Star. Mugman, thank you for the follow. Happy to have you sticking around. How did you find your way to me today? All right, one last silver highlight on this, but before that, hello, non-binary. Oh. Yeah, but why called Ida Hobbit, though? Also, what are you linking me, Hungry? Explain. Because you the Hobbit? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. If you are sending me a video that contains Lin-Manuel Miranda, I'm gonna put you into orbit. Oh, right. Okay, that one. Never mind. I will accept that. International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia. Fair enough. That was an unfortunate anagram, though. Alright, let's get some silver on this. While it's on my palette. Why don't we just call it Don't Be a Chud Day? I'm surprised chud isn't a bannable term on Twitch with some of that fuckery that they pull. Like somehow enough chuds whine and it becomes a protected class on Twitch. Know what I mean? Damn it. You beat me to it, Dagira. I was going to allow it. Oh, wait. You permitted it. I thought you were disallowing it. Wait, you were the one who hated the term horn dogging before and you added it back like twice after I removed it from the banned terms list. What changed? Who are you? Are you the tall one, Dagira? I know Handy's short. Hungry is short, question mark. You were tall, right? It's alright. Something from earlier made me think about it. I don't remember what. Average-ish, 6 foot? Alright, fair enough. 5'9", might as well be 4'2". Okay, so Hungry and Handy are both dwarves. So I used to be bang on 6 foot, and then I took some drugs that made me like a quarter of an inch shorter, and that is not a joke. What kind of drugs? Good ones? Wow, pretty good. But for TSN, I will be taller than all of you. This is established. Not frozen. I am deeply tempted to crack out the 4-inch heels. Yeah, this is actually my gambit to get everybody to turn up to the tournament and like increasingly bigger platforms. I'm starting it early. Yeah, I was deeply tempted to rock some 4-inch heels, but also I do not want to be standing in 4-inch heels for an entire day of gaming. At least docks are comfy. How am I spelling that? Or how am I pronouncing that? The Welsh in me immediately wants me to go Llona, but... Oh. It's an I. That makes sense. Google. What does your height have to do with this? She... Is she only interested in tall people or something? What is that? What is 1.78 meters in feet? How am I going down this rabbit hole? Uh, 5'8". Okay. Don't know why. Oh, Nova. What? It's not even been 2 hours. This is the third time. You know what? I'm not going to encourage you. I'm just going to ignore you. Huh? Yeah, Nova is giving me the eyeball of I'm gonna come up there, but I'm not gonna let you know when I'm gonna come up there. So she's just sitting next to my chair, staring up at me, like the wretched little creature she is. Yeah. You can talk all you want. Oh, here she is. Okay, she's on the back of my chair. Which means she'll be down at some point. Come on, puppy. It's nice having a cat who enjoys your company, but also I want to paint. I need to get this model done. Otherwise, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. This model alone has done more to degrade my mental health than living in the UK. I want it gone. Given over here. Unfortunately, I think Hungary is going to outbid you on that one. No. She just stepped square in metallics. I'm going to have to go get that off her paws. Hold on. Come here. All right. Well, thankfully, she took exception to me washing her feet, so I don't think she'll be back for a while. And it seems she stepped on a mostly dry part of the metallics palette, so she didn't get any real metallics on her, which is good. There's a lot of short people in my chat, apparently. I was talking about dating with her, and she says she'd date a 5'9". I mean, what a I, I how does that come up? Average height people? Nah. You're either tall or you're short. There's no in between. Runs under 6 foot? I didn't used to be. A deep shame. Nobody in my high school, at the very least, could lie about their height because we all got measured publicly. Like I think it was a PE class. Don't know about college. Hmm. Being tall is fun, but like being like sneaky about wearing lifters, it just seems odd, you know? If you're gonna add to your height, you might as well do it in a fun way, you know? Wear something snazzy. Trying to be sneaky about it is just weird. I once wore power risers. I believe that's what they were called. And went for like a sprint in power risers, and they're the stilts that make you like 10 feet tall that they use for like monster practical effects and stuff. They're like the ones I'm on about, right? They're like got a curve and then a support and then your feet go in them up here. Know what I mean? And it was genuinely fun being that tall. Like you can get some real hops in them too. You can jump in them. Why are you oh dearing the power risers? Shit tons of gear. I mean, I guess if you're the kind of person to take steroids for aesthetic reasons, you're probably also the kind of person to wear lifts for vanity. Like, I can respect. I can sort of one of my hot takes is the Olympics where you take every drug possible should be a thing, because if you're willing to do that to yourself, I want to see how far you can push a human body. But I think for pure aesthetics, steroids are a bit like, I mean, what's the point, you know? Listen, do you not want to see a human being on the most like designer performance enhancing drugs in existence, like fucking leap 8 feet to dunk a basketball? All I'm saying is get those athletes some drugs. Let's look at Soviet weightlifters from the 70s or 80s. Yeah, nobody quite does performance enhancement like the Russians. Let me tell you. All right, I'll be back in a moment. Hello, hello, hello. So anyway, here's why I think that the Olympics should allow performance enhancing drugs. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy being tall, but I don't require being tall, you know? I mean, I wouldn't mind being shorter as well because, you know, means I'd be able to put on muscle. So I think about it occasionally in that regard. Waifu is the term. Oh god. I guess. God. Weeps were a mistake. You know? I've also heard your playlist. Don't know what you're on about. But Werribee is a. That's the. That's the Germany enthused ones, right? I'm gonna pass that one. Gonna have a meal and a couple of cheeky beers. Enjoy. Weimar booze. Have fun, Daggy. Have an adequate time, Dagira. The thing is, though, like, the Germans invented a shit ton of stuff that was, like, dog shit. Like, so much of it just exploded or straight up didn't work. Most of it was dog shit. Yeah, like the only stuff that they successfully pushed forward was like jet technology, I think, jets and rockets. But everything else largely just exploded or didn't work. Still the idea of the British. No, the jets were the jets were out of dog shit, but the jets were like the foundation for like future advancements, I believe. Like at the time they were hog shit, but I believe there was a technology in there that was ended up being used in like following iterations by the Allies afterwards. I don't remember what it was. Rocket Tech was good, not jets. Fair enough. That might explain why so many of them were paper clipped. Yeah, I'm not a Weimar boot. I just remember watching like some of the video and some of the shit they tried to make, and it was just like dog shit all the way down. Like expensive dog shit that just didn't work. Yep, they had a wonder weapon fetish. Yeah, also had a mythology fetish as well. Just all round shit vibes, you know? What were the two tanks they made? They made two like super heavy tanks that were so heavy that they could barely move, and the Soviets looted one of them and then cobbled like the gun from one of them onto the remains of the other one because it was so fucked that the gun just stopped working almost immediately. It's just the dumbest shit. Like how anyone can valorize them. It's just like 5% of their shit worked. The dumb man. Yeah, you can tell my knowledge extends to a couple of videos watched on the subject that made me go, what the fuck were these guys doing? Yeah, there was one of the like two large tanks that they did build that got looted by the Soviets, and they cobbled the parts of two of them together. I do remember that. Don't know which one it was, and I'm not going to go look it up because I really don't care that much. Sanitarium Museum in Russia now? Fair enough. There's so much stuff in Russia, like architecture and historically, that I would love to, go take a peek at. But shame about the country. Went to Russia in 2006. I've done this highlight too thick, but actually, you know what? I've got some steel on the palette that I can correct with. Hey, Matterings, how goes? How was your weekend? Why are you here watching me? You should be outside with the nice weather. There's too many people in here on such a nice day. This is my penance. Oop, not yours. For the nice weather around the base? Well, okay. A little bit extreme, but... And it's too hot for me outside at the moment. I like the warm weather, you know. I do well in the warm weather. But I have shackled myself to this army for the foreseeable future. I'm going to be so happy when I'm done painting this tournament list. And then I can relax a little bit. I wish for freedom. We got a counter going of how many times I've said I wish for freedom. Also, I get called when they need me to lift something up. Freedom is a lie. I could do with more lies right now. Currently having a little coffee and sitting watching Run. Rather than just being on leg, just a baby, albeit a large one. Hey, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you that you deem me worthy of your hard-earned moolah. Have some emotes for your trouble, I guess. Where are you, Nova? Not in any of her usual spots. I know I've been complaining about her interruptions, but usually I can draw an eyeline on her. When I can't see her when she's in here, I begin to believe she's up to stuff. Man, this armor is practically gleaming. Look at this. Sneaking? Yeah, she's up to no good. Mama! I'll go. Writing a book about nights all week. Is it going good? Wow, I've been painting a night all week. Mannix the Lemur. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What brings you my way today? All right. What do we have left? I think we're just the last step on this guy, and then we're done. I think. Yeah, because the rest of it is basically going to be covered by the saddle, so there's not a huge point in highlighting too much of this. Maybe a little bit of the little bit of the little bit of the shoes, boots, the booties. Yeah, we are. God, we're not gonna. Although it has taken us 3 hours to end this night, and with the free hand required on the shield, we might have to go very, very late. I'm feeling. It's gonna be one of those days. Oh, was that the bit I was missing? What do you mean? I use airbrush flow improver when I'm using metallics, so it slows down the drying, which means the brush doesn't dry out as quickly. Yeah, especially on a warm day like this, it means my metallics don't dry out quite as quickly. Genuinely, like I recommend if you're using, especially Citadel metallics, which have more problems than most brands of metallics, I'd say. Yeah. Flow improver is my go-to to like make metallics not a pain to work with. Useful, thank you. No problem. There might be a better way than flow improver. Like there might be a purpose made medium, I imagine, for that kind of use case. But I always have flow improver on hand because of the airbrush anyway, so you might as well just. Might as well just use Fly Improver. And if it works, it works. Yeah. Mm. I am tempted to build another Duke. I hate saying that, but I've been tempted by the Ogreblade Duke as of late. Ogreblade with Knightly Tempers and modeling, and I'm a very what you see is what you get model builder. So there's been a deep temptation in me. Do you hate yourself just a little bit? Yeah, but this is what I use usually. Mana rings. Yeah, I will probably in my lifetime paint 2 more Royal Pegasuses. Royal Pegasi. One BSB and one alternate build with the sword. I will do a lot of research into airbrushing it though. I'm not painting another one like this. Laura will be painting Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, the Pegasus. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those loads. People use them as like halfling, Bretonnian stuff. Is this Sunday sermon in the chapel around? It's a Saturday. All right, that is the Duke done. I do actually know eyes. Eyes. Got to do the little glow on the eyes. How am I doing this glow on the eyes? That's the question. What is the easiest way to make these eyes glow? Drop in some contrast and then dot them with white again, I guess. Oh, actually, there is a little bit of leather there. That needs painting. Not done. False alarm. Malif, you're a wonderful painter. How would you do that eye glow? My thought is do a little bit of a white highlight around the rim of the helmet and on the bridge of the nose, and then drop in some. I'm thinking of keeping it because dotting these eyes is going to be impossible for me. Light gray or low visor band, yeah, and then drop in some blue. I think, what color did I do the prophetess's eyes? What color are her eyes? I did the mounted prophetess. Let's have a look. Oh, I did her eyes green. And she got fucking glowy green eyes. Do I want to do him green? No, I don't want to do him green. Yeah, I'd go with a. Are you trying to make him? Yeah, I'm thinking blue will play off the gold better. Yeah, he's the Grail Knight, and I'm gonna do all my Grail Knights with glowy eyes. Green is always the correct color choice. Green feels a little ominous though. I don't know why I chose green on the prophetess, but okay. I guess I do have. I think I'm gonna go with a thematic blue. I'm gonna do a. I'm gonna. No, I'm gonna do a. I'm gonna do a turquoise. It's a nice measure between blue and. Nice measure between blue and green. It may well be time for a new coffee and some food once I've done these eyes. I might have overdone it a bit, so I'll have to clean back up with some gold, but what are we thinking? Yeah, it's a bit too severe in some bits. Need to punch back in with some gold and thin it out a little. And we'll eat back into that with a little stipple of gold, break it up. Why's my internet just died? Weird. Maybe a bit on the bottom edge of the gold. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the top rim of the helmet? What are we thinking, Mannerings? Come on. All right. This is one of those things I could probably spend forever on. I'm going to break it up a little more. Come on. Focus. All right, I think we are done with the rider, so we're moving on to the peripherals now. But before that, I'm going to go top up my coffee. And grab a bite to eat. I'll be back in a moment. But we are going to be going for a long, long time today. So if you got nothing better to do, feel free to hang out. Hello, 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 hello. How are we all doing? Oh, did I ever explain why I've done my questing nights so grimy? Why I've done them so dang beat up? I kind of figured that's how you do the questing night. I mean, there is also that, but I intended to do a mirror force of. Are you scanning your food? No, I was checking the temperature on the table. Is 25 under the lights and 34 degrees on the other side of the room. By the window. Man, I want hummus now. Yeah, I do love me some hummus. Hummus and pita is where it's at. I don't want to start sounding like Julie fucking Burchill, but anyway. But yeah, so what I was going to do, the reason I did the questing nights like that is because I wanted to do a mirror force of a troll horde, and I wanted to do a river troll, focused troll horde army for orcs and goblins. And I wanted to do a bunch of like crushed horses and like dead questing knights on some of the bases. Like the reason they are so rusty and like bedraggled and beleaguered is because part of their quest has been hunting trolls. So at some point, I will be getting a bunch more river trolls. Why have you gone orange? Which is going to be very funny because questing knights are not a particularly good unit in the game, or rather, they're decent, right? But they are slightly overcosted, slightly fewer special rules than they should have, i.e., countercharge, and you're in a bit of a finicky place list building wise, and then apparently Troll Horde is not particularly good. They aren't even decent. They're much better than Knights of the Realm. Like when they're in combat, they have higher weapon skill and they can sword and board as well. So, like turn 2, they are much sluggier than Knights of the Realm. They're also less liable to give ground. Well, fall back in good order, but yeah, they are lacking a little oomph somewhere. Oh, but that means you aren't using your great weapons either? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a tough one. They're very good against big, beefy, low initiative opponents when it comes to great weapons, but everything else they're a bit like they require a decent amount of assistance to get use out of the great weapons. But yeah, anyway, it's just funny that Questing Knights not being like a super optimal pick, and then having a mirror force of a troll horde, which is also sort of not great. I'm sorry, did you miss the part where it was a river troll centric troll horde? I repeat, river trolls. Lots of Skaven clan rats is always a decent choice. But I can't really argue with that. There it is. Why you like this? I thought you'd be used to this after being friends with Chris for so long. To be honest, though, 40k it's not fun if you don't. It's barely even fun as it stands, but it's not fun if you don't write competitively because fluffy lists in 40k get absolutely like dumpstered. Middle Earth strategy battle game is actually a good game, so I can imagine writing like competitive lists for that is quite fulfilling. But Old World has that sort of old school, fun, quirky list building that, is what I enjoy out of Warhammer. So it sort of lets you go a bit balmy. So I can understand why he does that. Anyway, I told you the Duke himself would take no time at all to do. Compared to the Pegasus, he hasn't even taken a week, has he? I'm detecting a lot of sass in that comment, Hendy. Finished my 21st this week today. Right, need to feed the cat. I hope your cat bites you. Sass from your faithful viewers. Mm. Cat fed. I'm not hearing a lot about him biting you, so I'm assuming you didn't. Okay. I'm muted on purpose because I'm still chewing. All right. Okay, one more dot of paint, and then we are officially done on the Duke proper. All right, done. Might be due for a change of wet palette, paper and sponge. All right, be back in a moment. What's in the terrarium? There is a juvenile Dendrobates auratus, poison dart frog. Oh, cool. More internet issues. Those are beautiful. Yeah, it's cute. Do you reckon we'll get Hippogriff Knights at some point, Andy? It feels like the old world, especially insofar as Cathay has taken a lot of cues from the joint design of Total War. What do you think? I mean, we know we've got more arcane journals per army coming up, right? I believe they've mentioned that now. Or if not, spoiler, I guess. Oh yeah, they did tease it recently with the Wood Elf release, didn't they? They talked about doing like a Forest Spirit army and a War Dancer Wild Troop, and yeah. Okay. Okay, that one's public. My advice is read into that because they mean it. That's not just like idle chatter. Maybe I need to start again with new sponges. Maybe Terry has a point for yelling at me. No, they've pretty staunchly said that PDF armies were going to remain PDF armies. Even to the point of banning them from tournaments. official tournaments anyway, or official G-dubs events. They've always been pretty candid about how, until stated otherwise, but they're not turning up. I mean, legacy armies will get something in the future. Like, it won't be a 1-to-1, I don't believe. But it will not be brought back as such. Yeah, because I feel like a hippogriff, a lord on hippogriff, has to be somewhere in the pipe, right? And it would make sense for it to come with one of the future army of infamies, wouldn't it? Maybe a whole plastic unit would be a bit too expensive, but My IKEA closed? What, as in permanently, or it just closed? You dropping frames? Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my internet lately. It goes through patches currently. I'm just going to ignore it. Ignore it and press on. But yeah, I think you're correct that we are more likely to get in entirely new units sporadically than full range refreshes. Yeah, if you refresh occasionally, wait a while after each like frame drop, then you should like clear up the delay. Usually, because I think you've probably picked up a bit of a delay. You're not dealing with the heat well, Hungry. Is this what I'm to understand? I am under two very, very intense painting lights. It is increasingly warm here. Doesn't feel very warm though, but apparently my camera is overheating. It's got a little temperature thingy on it. Hold on. Yeah, my camera is running 52. But it's still only like 27. Yeah, I could see that. This may just be like wish casting. And even then I don't particularly want like hippogriff knights. It's not something that I desire. I mean, it's just something that I suspect might be a consideration. I do what you want it, or you believe it'll happen. Oh, because they're okay. Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's why I'm kind of sad. Like, I don't think. Actually, you know what? Maybe a knightly tempers hippogriff duke would be fun. Yeah, it's very, very funny that everybody is speculating that, like, everything that was revealed, was it Nova? Is all that Kthay is gonna get. Because spoilers, it's not. But like, I think people are thinking too limited in terms of like the future of the old world. I think we're gonna get like Necromunda levels of just like random little guy units and books and splat books and all that shit. At least until they hit their like Horus Heresy stride. And we get shuffled to main studio at some point in the future. Or like pseudo main studio. Those will be resin then? Maybe. But also, people thought Kthay was going to have resin models, and so far it's been all plastic. So. You down Demon's Lair on me? I'm quite worried about how small the Kthay Arcane Journal is, though. That does worry me. Brief F? Yeah, I disconnected briefly. Might have to pin a message saying internet being temperamental. If you are having issues, just refresh. Refresh save runs internet. It's more like refresh will clear your delay and any issues. I doubt we will get random. Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I think we will get more scattered releases accompanying books. Which compared to a lot of other systems is a little more, I mean, not random, but a little less concentrated, shall we say. Alright, this shield with the reins attached to it is a fucking bore. Like, why is it like this? God damn it, Games Workshop. It's impossible to like. This is why I printed a Hippogriff Baron instead of using... Ooh, Hippogriff Baron. That's the Highland one, right? I need to take a look at that. I may be tempted. Does the old world gameplay experience allow for expansion style supplement? What do you mean? Probably. It's literally what I... fair enough. I suspected, but, you know, sometimes I just... Reading is hard, you know? See, this is why I asked Andy, because what demon says isn't always what demon means. So I can never really decipher. We get to see a Storm of Chaos. I want a Storm of Magic type expansion, but yeah, Storm of Chaos is more likely to happen in the lead up to like bigger conflicts and Great War Against Chaos and stuff. Yeah, there's by the end of the first edition of the old world, there is going to be so much fucking army variety that it might be a bit impenetrable to new people, but it's also precisely what I want out of Warhammer is like insane, flavorful, like ways of building armies. Like I want opportunities to play like stupid armies because I like a certain type of model, you know? Like, give me Troll Horde, give me Slayer Royal Host, give me, like, Expedition for Dwarves, like, you know. We have no campaign system. The 1987 or 1990 something Mighty Empires still works mostly. And the siege rules for the General's Compendium mostly work. So I can see them releasing that as an expansion at some point. Or something similar. Imagine if they did a made to order run of Mighty Empire tiles would sell like hotcakes. Didn't I send you a 3D printable Mighty Empires tiles? But yeah, they would sell really well. They're nice and minimalistic, and they come with like properly fitting like flags and stuff. They are nice. They also take like forever to print with an FDM printer because you got to print one tile at a time. Don't ask me how I know that. That'd be a piece of piss to print in resin. Yeah. They look easy. Yeah, they're perfectly easy to do in FDM. Hungary, you can really only do one at a time. Which extrapolate that by a couple dozen to 100. You can see where I'm going with this. I try to avoid resin printing where I can because I hate it. Same. Yeah, I do not enjoy resin printing, and I have a lot of animals, so. Luckily, Ren's got me as a friend. Yeah, everybody needs a handy. You coming up or not? Yeah, FDM printing is very plug and play as well. There's like literally minimal cleanup, minimal prep, minimal like interface. I don't have to wash, cure, dispose of anything. So as much like it's why I prefer it. And it's why I'll probably be printing handy like half a fucking castle. Um, yeah, resin printing is just not for me. Yeah, mine's an old Creality V2, V3, something like that. Yeah, Creality Ender 3 V1, I think. Pretty old by now. I love a bamboo. I think my second one has got to be one of the bamboo's the recent one that prints lightning fast for an FDM, right? Ender 3s are the workhorses. Yeah, they're like among the cheapest, easiest to get going. And like a few years ago, they were like your most reliable. Well, you guys might have decided for me what my next FDM printer is. They're pretty pricey though, aren't they? They're in the like they're a couple £100 more expensive than your Enders, right? Hello, puppy. Nova's been on the back of my chair for like 5 minutes, by the way. She'll be onto the desk in a moment, I'm sure. Yeah, they're not cheap, but I'd say they're so worth it. Well, considering I've probably got the PC covered now, we might do a subathon for that at some point, because that'll be useful for the YouTube projects, having a much faster FDM. And also, I guess, sending Hendy some Barronmore and fancy care packages. Had a couple of Ender 5s at the shop, and I bloody hated them. I don't know. My Ender has served me admirably. I have relatively few complaints about it, aside from the speed. I think that has been literally my only concern about it, has been the speed. Hello, Papa. How are you? Yeah. Wait. You can lounge in a minute. Let me just close this. Had issues with bed adhesion. Never stopped. Really? I can't say I had any major. I went for a, what was it? The titanium nozzle with a Bowden extruder or something on those lines, and a nice like and a nice grippy bed. And I don't think I've ever had any issues since. Bought like 2 upgrades for it. Haven't had any jams. Haven't had I don't think of any major prints that I've lost. How much faster would you say the bamboo is, by the way? I guess we may have to try and fund one of those. Why would it block Bloomy? With the benchy load Bloomy. Lewd. Fucking auto mod. Hey Terry, how we doing? A lazy engraver FDM hybrid? Yeah, I'm not allowing that one. Did you get a message saying should you post this? Hungry. Did you get the Twitch thing? Do you really want to post this? Let's just ignore that. Only 1800? That may have crossed my line. Well, what's your line? I'm sorry, what crossed your apparently Hungary's previous one? I'm surprised. I'm not even sure what the last one means. Is it just Hungary stress testing the auto mod after just we're talking about FDM printer bench tests. And Hungary is being a degenerate. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. It's stinky. The funny thing is that, like, I've allowed Horndog a bunch of times, so quite clearly Dagira has repeatedly gone back into the terms allowed by the auto mod and added back Horndog and Horndogging, which is very, very, very funny. I'm gonna allow it again. I'm gonna make him add them back. How's your weekend going, Harry? You enjoying the nice weather? Nova has decided she's going to try and make this miniature as difficult to finish for me as possible. It's complicated today. Oh dear. You know what? I'm not going to push you on it unless you want me to. I hope you're doing okay, though. Face the microphone so they can hear you purr. I need to exploit you for content. Come on. Purr louder. She's got such a happy purr. It's a murderous purr. It is a purr of a little shithead. It's a purr of a sweet baby. You said you didn't want her earlier. Reverse psychology counts for her every time. Get the belly. You want me to get bitten? No paws on the purrs though. She's a very purry cat. You really don't want me to finish this miniature today, do you? Every time. Every time. What is super realistic cat mini? Not that big, apparently. Well, that's one way to get it to move, apparently. was gonna see how many paint pots I could stack on her, but she didn't like that. And she's giving me the stink eye from the floor. Poor baby. Oh no, we might have to dip back into the metallics again in a moment. Eesh. Alright, I'll be 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go give her a scratch because she's giving me the death glare. You got any hobbying done this weekend, Terry? Oh, how'd the terrain go, by the way? Hungry? Did you get much done? Built a surprisingly small amount of it and got frustrated. I did. Yeah, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with MDF. How's the rider looking, by the way? The rider is done. We are on the last bits of this model, Terry, and we're going to go as long as we need to get it done tonight. But yeah, he is done. Tried to give him glowy eyes, but I'm not convinced by it, to be honest. No, I like it. Well, thank you. All right, let's look at the Royal Pegasus so I can have a look at this bridle in a bit. Royal Pegasus. Let's have a look at what materials these bridle bits are intended to be. It's fucking... The images on the website, they have no close-ups on the bit that you want close-ups on. And pain in the bum. But this is sculpted like it's not metal, but it's colored like it's metal on the model, I think. All right, I'm going to assume it's metal because it looks like metal. It's not sculpted like metal, but you know, whatever. Oh, it's the piece that goes around the pony. It's the piece connecting these two boobobs. Like, I have bridles outside where this would be metal, but the problem is it's more like an oval shaped bar on a real, like, bit. But on this, it's sculpted like it's a... On this, it's sculpted like it's a strap. Like it's leather. But on the model on the website, it's colored like it's metal. So... This miniature is an enigma in some parts, because, like, some bits they've considered really well. Like, they've sculpted some really interesting details that you wouldn't normally think about. But on some of them, they've just been like, yeah, sure, whatever the fuck goes. Which is really aggravating. Because these large leather straps on the thighs are clearly are clearly meant to indicate that he's been strapped into the saddle. Oh, Jesus. Camera's overheating, so the autofocus is on the fritz. Come on. Yeah, so these straps are clearly meant to indicate that he's been strapped in by the thighs to the saddle. So that he doesn't fly off when it's flying, right? Which is a very cool detail. Because they also do the same on the horse's caparison, right? You can see down here. Like the caparison has been strapped onto the horse's legs so that it doesn't flip upside down when it's like descending. So there's like a couple little details on this model that are really cool like that. And then there's other sculpting details like the wing feathers and stuff that are just like, yeah, we didn't look at any fucking reference at all. We didn't think about this. We didn't consider any of this. And it's like some of this model is like really well considered and some of it is not. And it frustrates me. But also, you know, take that with a grain of salt because I have a deep resentment to this model that has built up over my time painting it. Every chance I get to slag it off in the DMs to Hendy, I have done. And every chance I have to slag it off in mod chat on the Warhammer server, I have. And every chance I have to slag it off publicly in a Twitch chat, Twitch stream full of people, I have. Because this model is infuriating. Sculptors just improvise sometimes? Yeah. It's just kind of extra jarring when some of the parts of the miniature are like very thoughtful, like the straps on the thighs and the ankle straps on the Pegasus, holding the caparison down to stop it from like, you know, flipping up, getting in the way. And then there are bits that are just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Fuck it. But I guess maybe I'm asking too much. Can be a lot to guess I don't have to try. Yeah. No. It's still a stunning model at the end of the day. You know? And a lot of people are very happy to get a new Bretonnian, you know, model in modern plastic, etc. So I'm not going to yuck their yum too much. Are you looking to start fights, Hungry? Because I don't take that personally, but I know a lot of people who hold the Perry miniatures, Perry Brothers miniatures sacred. So watch your neck. I'll be back in a moment. Reason the old world as well as nostalgia. Almost no one playing it's brand new to the hobby. Yeah, a lot of people brand new to the old world, but there's not a lot of people who haven't played another Warhammer game before getting into the old world. A lot of people from Age of Sigmar. A lot of people from Heresy. A lot of people from Munda. And not a lot of people who are like, ooh, what's this Warhammer thing? Let's try the old world. Although that will probably change with Cathay, though I'm not sure how many people will stick with it given how sort of dense and crunchy it is. Yeah, I've seen the you're not wrong, War Master. I've seen a lot of the people who are trying it from Total War. And I imagine a lot more people will be willing to give it a try with a like shiny new all plastic range like Thay. Now I want Bulga. I see a Bulga. Do it. And yet you put up with me. Maybe I just like watching you. Did you ever think of that? I don't believe you. It's cute that you only think it was a centimeter. All right, time to banish Ninsdale. It was Chucky Burger. Listen, I'm never gonna like lose an opportunity to chuck some more protein and calories in there. Deactivate. All right, what am I looking at? Okay, gotta put some gold on here. And then we can go back to regular paints. How are we already at 8 o'clock? Christ. Isn't this visually appealing? I don't know. High elves, wood elves, empire, dwarves. I'd say they've all got some decent visual appeal. Warriors of Chaos is sort of timeless. Maybe I'm not the right person for this though, because obviously I am somewhat biased. I'm looking at the time creeping on, and with the freehand I've got to do, we are going to be at this a long, long time. A long, long, long time. It's going to be a long day. I've not found any serviceable liquid green stuff because it doesn't exist. My neighbor is screaming to what I think is ABBA. Oh dear. I mean, it could be worse. Maybe. Could it? I mean, I said maybe. Gotta hedge my bets. Is it Eurovision time? Probably. It is, and it occurs to me that maybe several LGBTQ people in the stream are not watching it. Probably. I'm gonna keep my opinions about Eurovision to myself. Oh, it's so hard for me not to be catty. It's really hard. All I'm gonna say is that if you need to employ audio technology to silence booing because of the participation of a certain country that should have been banned, then maybe you need to rethink your priorities. Yeah, because I remember when they premiered that one last year, and the crowd went silent because there was so much booing that the audio filters just like failed to replace it with the cheering. But I think the intention was that they have a filter that replaces booing with cheering, which is deeply, deeply, deeply cursed. I don't know what they've done this year because I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, I'm the same. This year I just haven't paid attention at all because last year was kind of a a massive disappointment in that regard. Said I wasn't going to talk about it, started talking about it. I never pay attention. Yeah, yeah. Last time I watched Eurovision, I was, what do you mean you were getting paid to? How does one get paid to watch Eurovision? All right. Do I try and attach the Duke in 2019? Because this backrest needs to go on. The problem is that the reins aren't entirely precisely, like the elbow joint is kind of a pain. I don't watch TV in general. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of. The problem isn't the backrest and the Duke. The problem is the reins, right? I guess what I could try to do is maybe stick the arm on first. It's going to be an issue all in itself, really. God, I hate this. Oh, thank you for streaming. I really appreciate the time, energy, and personality you bring to your content. It's made a positive difference in my days. It might not always be easy, but really matters to people. I'm really proud of that. No pressure to respond. Just want, well, that's all right. I am here for myself. I started streaming as an accountability project, but I am very glad of the people I have met, and that I can maybe be a little bit of lightness in your day, if that's what you need. Yeah, attaching this thing is going to be like a real pain. How do I get this guy off? I may have superglued this too well. Is the Book of Kells Welsh, Irish, or Scottish? That sounds Scottish to me. Just by ear. Kells, I don't think sounds Welsh. Could Google it. Trinity College of Dublin. That'd be Irish then. Manuscript in Celtic, in Latin. Yeah. Irish? I think it's Irish. In Latin. Origin, famous, it's much in Britain. Yeah, Island or Scottish. The name read as Scottish to me, but yeah, Ireland or Scotland. Maybe both, is what Wikipedia says. I superglued this too well. I guess I could cut it out. All right, so we're gonna have to try and cut this. We made a mistake here, I think. Should have just drilled it. Love the duality of your throne wish list, tub of protein. Listen, I work out a lot and I like snacks. And I currently have the metabolism to take both. So while I've got it, I'll use it. Also, the last time Hungry sent me a tub of jelly beans, I managed to placate my visiting family and put them all into a sugar coma, which was better for me. I subdued them with Doritos and jelly beans, and it worked very well. So. Look at it. We are so close. Is it placate or placate? I don't know. I know placate is a thing. Is placate a thing? Placate is the spelling I know. Yeah, placate is. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. I think the dagger is. Let's have a look at this on the site. I think it overlaps. Oh god, the dagger's in the way. Mm. God damn it. The dagger is in the way. Fucking damn it. I'm gonna throw this miniature out of a window. Okay, so maybe if I glue it on, I can force this. Please, no, but not right now. I'm begging you, Bubby. Please don't do this to me. Okay, so the contact point is thin enough. Is thin enough. Okay, it's thin enough that I can force it in. Okay. All right, so it's going to take a little bit of doing. It's going to take a little bit of doing to get it like locked in. Looking good though. Come on then, Noah. Just get it over with. Come on then. Let's get this over with. She's just sitting there. I know she's gonna come up. Come on, Noah. Hurry up. Come up. Get bored. Leave. I want to paint. Please. I'm ignoring you until you come up. Come on. I'm looking at you. If you were a smart and sensible cat, you would have been up here by now. But you're not. You're a little shithead. Encounter Harry Excellence. Story of my life. She's on the back of my chair. Come on. Hurry this up. You know the process. You come on the desk, you roll around for a little while, I annoy you, you leave, I go back to painting. Come on. Come on, come on. I want to be free of this miniature Nova, please. Let me be free. Why are you like this? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. The cat has been sent by the Chaos Gods to delay the arrival of the Duke on the battlefields. Yeah, truly. She used to not come up on the desk as much, but like since I've been closing it on the end of this Duke, she has been obnoxious. It does coincide with when you got her treats, though, too. Don't bring logic into this, Terry. How dare you? Are you implying that this is my fault?
You have done that yourself!
She also makes sleeping kind of an ordeal because she's a cuddle bug. So she's always like trying to take up as much space as possible while touching me in the bed. So whenever I wake up with a bad back, it's usually because of this one. God, I'm so close to getting a miniature done. So close. Did I knock any paint off while I was? I don't think so. You can move her? Oh, she just moves back. It's bonus paint about drying time. It's like 27 degrees. It's like 31 degrees on the cat. What is it? Off the cat. Paint's drying fast enough. How are you so warm? She's warm. Bye-bye. Is Freehand still on this session? Yeah, I'm not ending stream until this this thing's done. So yes. Okay, Nova has left the room, which means that I can simply choose to not let her back in and not get interrupted again. She has to be let into the rest of the house, presumably so she can go use the litter box or something. So if I simply do not get up and open the door, we are free. Yeah, it won't last long because I'm going to need a coffee top up if we're going long. But Okay, what was I doing before Nova turned up? I was gonna dry fit the. All right, let's do this. Oh, can you imagine when this miniature is done? Can you fucking imagine the high? The pure. All right, so what I'm gonna do it. This is gonna be. What is this? Why? Why are you like this? Why would you attach like this? What is wrong with you, Games Workshop? What is this company deserves to burn? Christ on a bike. What is this connection? Yeah, attaching this thing is going to be suffering. That could be funny. It is not that, demon. It is not that at all. Assembling this thing is going to give me a breakdown. Genuinely a fucking breakdown. break it down. Are you gonna be with me through this whole thing, Hungry? Are you gonna stick around and watch me suffer? Who's with me till the end? Need to make an executive decision? What executive decision do I need to make? It's better to be sensible, Demon Slayer, otherwise I'm going to throw you into a, I don't know, something painful. Oh god, the free-handing. Fuck me. Breathe. Breathe, 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 breathe. Alright, see you later, Terry. Have fun, I guess. Real talk though, any beginner, I think, any beginner that picks up this miniature, I have a deep, deep sympathy for, because it's such a nice miniature, but it's one of those ones that I could see crushing a newbie's soul. Just on assembly alone. Necrosphinx is easy business. What would be the role difference? More expensive and more killy. The hippogriffs fill a similar role to demigriffs in that it's the mount that's doing the damage, not the rider. Like, presumably you would have a stomp coupled with like additional attacks and all that business with decent armor piercing, etc., etc. Literally just more points for more killing. Yeah, on the table, hippogriffs are less versatile. Like, they don't have 360 no scope line of sight, but they are a lot killier. It's like you don't, like I said, you don't take demigriffs for the riders. You take demigriffs for the demigriffs in Empire. Whereas with Pegasus Knights, it's more of an equal offering between the two. Yeah, the hippogriff requires you to be a better player than the Royal Pegasus does, so it's easier to take the Royal Pegasus because it allows more mistakes. Because of the 360 line of sight. Like, you don't have to think about positioning really all that much to get like exceptional use out of it. Plus the Pegasus counts as cavalry, right? Counts as cavalry for the purposes of some of Bretonnia's best magic items. Whereas the hippogriff does not, if I recall. So it just like it offers too much failure proofing on the royal peg. Hey, Cryo, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Those of you coming in, my name is Ren. I paint Warhammer, mostly the old world, mostly Bretonnia. We are currently closing in on the end of on the end of this miniature. After a couple months of painting, we have finished the Pegasus. We have finished the rider. And now we're just doing like all the like peripheral bits like the reins and whatnot. And then we can assemble the damn thing, which I was dry fitting it earlier and had a bit of a breakdown because this thing is pretty obnoxious to put together. How are you doing? Recovering from losing my mind at some of the decisions Games Workshop made with this miniature. Yeah, dry fitting it was something. Boy, was it something. Let's just say the reins are going to be a pain to glue in. Yeah. Beautiful looking miniature. Absolute dire time to put together. How are you doing anyway, Cryo? What were you working on today? You were working on the bust, right? The elf. I think I saw that. How long do you think you got left on that? Also, if you want to post any socials in the chat, you can, but I'm sure everybody here already follows you. Oh, Terry went, didn't she? So nobody's giving you a shout out. Let me do that. Let me get you a shout out. Do. Last week I did this on the same model. Why are you opening up in that window? Hey, that's looking great. That's also something I should set up a scene to show people's stuff off when I get the new computer done. Wait, a prophetess can ride a Banshee? I mean, I can't see why she wouldn't. Isidore, thank you for the follow. I guess the tolerance isn't quite tight enough that I could stick the rider on. It's just going to make the reins a bit of an ordeal, I guess. Well, you can put them on a Royal Pegasus. Let's have a look. The Old World Builder. Characters. Prophetess. Warhorse, Bretonnia, Warhorse, Unicorn, Royal Peg. Are there any 3D prints of like female Brett dukes or duchesses, I guess, that aren't like clearly meant to be Rapants? Because everyone I've seen is kind of like not Rapants in quotations. Because I might want to do some digital kit bashing and pop one on a hippogriff. Now that I'm aware of, you're really going to make sculpt, aren't you? Yeah, I think I'm going to attach the Duke to the Pegasus, and then there's a decent amount of flex. Because the bits are so thin, there's a reasonable amount of flex in this, which means that I'll just have to dry fit it on as best I can, and then like really squeeze it into place, which is going to be horrible. I might go stipple this a bit longer in the highlights. I still haven't even started on the freehand on the shield. Christ. What have I become? How many breakdowns we reckon I'm gonna look for now? Alright. Have something nice to eat and look after yourself. How many breakdowns do we reckon I'm gonna have free-handing the stag? Alright, we're just gonna smash out the metallics on this backrest, let it dry for a moment, and then we can assemble the Duke and the backrest and move on to painting the reins. We are getting there. We are getting there. Can somebody hit the living joyfully drop for me? Fine, I'll do it myself.
Hi, I'm ready to
live joyfully.
What the hell is going on here? Hmm. camera gotten darker? Might have done. Guess it wouldn't be as much of an issue if I manually did the camera settings, but too lazy for that. $8. Might be time for a top up on the old food and drink. Do you not have a designated spot to leave your clippers, Demon? I feel like that would be wise. Keep losing them. Alright, so we'll let that dry while we work on your lies can't hurt me over here, Handy. I am immune. We all know you don't paint. It's an elaborate ruse. I hope you both stub your toes. All 10 of them. All 20 of them. I hope you stub all 10 of your toes twice. I will be mildly interested if the reason for the Beastman book delays ever come out. I imagine they will, you know, leak through the grapevine at some point, but because Games Workshop is a sieve and stuff always comes out, so I wonder what it'll eventually end up being. That would be my guess too. No, Games Workshop will never officially say, but it'll come out. Always does. Someone will leak the reason because everybody working at G-Dubs loves to yap, it would seem. And the people that they're yapping to love to yap. Know what I mean? Hmm? Miss Rosenjap. I have no idea what you are talking about. None at all. Who's Chris? Why do we care about Thousand Suns in here? Be gone. What is this 40k nonsense? Vortex Beast is from 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy, not Age of Sigmar. Well, I mean, I guess it made its way to Age of Sigmar, but it's initially from Warhammer 8th edition. It's a shame that the Slaughter Brute isn't in the old world, right? For Warriors of Chaos, because that one was a fun one in 8th edition, insofar as it was bound to your general and conferred bonuses, I believe. Like it was bound to your general's soul or something to that degree, and they conferred bonuses to each other of some kind. Forget the exact nature. It's very fun. Quite flavorful. Neither in Oldwell, standing in a... that's a shame. I guess they got rid of it as the whole part of like the powers of chaos are currently waning rather than waxing, but still sucks. Still sucks. Chaos is in the trough of its wave. Hey, Haley, how do? Oh, yeah, first time chat. I don't think I've ever seen you in here, but I've seen you everywhere. How we doing? We are slowly going insane trying to finish a model. I will show you. So I like to show it off because I've spent so fucking long painting it. So we are finishing touches on the bibbly bobs for this thing. And then we did the rider. And now we're just doing the greebly bits. Let's get for real, for real. Thank you very much. All right, I think we're going to finish the base coats for this shield, and then I'm going to go and grab a drink, and then we will glue the rider on, glue the backrest on, and then get on with finishing off the reins. And then we're nearly done. Taking a shot. I just took my glasses off to clean them while I was reading chat, and I can't read anything now. Smart. Taking a short break from painting my Neds for a game tomorrow. One left to do. Haven't done about 600 points this week so far. Everybody's painting a lot of points this week. Yeah, as a resident snail fan. Oh, speaking of resident snail fan, is it taboo to show you an old land snail shell? I used to have snails when I was little. Anyway. How many more hours of me going insane do you reckon you've got in you hungry? Six? Really? When do you even sleep? I'll work early tomorrow, though. It's probably not. I might be sensible and just go until midnight, but that means I'm going to have to stream tomorrow. Which is unfortunate, but... I feel like hungry is ever present in many streams. He is. Hungry is everywhere. Yes. This used to be my pet lands now. They were kind of big. Yeah, I had them for years. Oh. Pets are the best. Well, if you enjoy pets, we usually have cats and dart frogs on screen, but it is currently quite late, so the dart frogs were asleep, and the cat has been removed. Well, actually, no, I just let her out into the rest of the house to pee, and I'm not letting her back in while I'm painting. Although when I go and top my drink up, she's probably going to come back in. Oh, I'm sure you will. I've been trying to get this miniature done before the end of the weekend, and my cat has been here like several times every stream. Let's pause my little cherish. Mm. Was that a long time ago or recently? Alright, so we're just gonna touch up the white and then run the gold around the rim of the shield. And then I'm gonna go grab my drink, and then we will go for another hour and a half. I guess we could spend the last hour and a half focusing on the freehand, maybe. Might as well, right? From 05 to 21. Oh. It's a long time. Sadly passed, but had nice lives, I hope. Well, they certainly had long lives, which bodes well. Since you're in here, is Is Luna back to streaming regularly, or is she still on occasional streams? Occasional for now? Yeah, because usually when I know someone's new job next week or so, should be a bit up. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because usually I try and throw people's streams on when they get a regular schedule going, because my phone actually tells me that they're online. I like to throw people up in the background to lurk. All right. Swap back to metallics, do the gold, and then go and I guess I'll brew a tea rather than a coffee because it'll be slightly less caffeine. Less caffeine. Blast template. Yeah, I use the blast template to cover the pots so I don't use the wrong pot. In the good old days, this is a new one. This is from Warhammer the Old World because still use templates. Yeah, I've got some of the old ones. Yeah, they got shit. They got whippy sticks as well. Trying to make the sound. Swooshy sound doesn't pick up on the microphone. Deeply saddened. Do? Yeah. I think some people come in with like 40k streamers and 30k streamers and look at me always and only doing old world and go, eh? Eh? But it is pretty much all I do. Old world, bit of Trench Crusade, bit of Necromunda. I very, very rarely do 40k. Yes, I'm still here, Spike. What did you expect? This model is the devil. Really like square bases? Correctly sized square bases, mind you. None of this 25 mil for dwarf nonsense. Also like interesting man, what do order comes with so many games like Trench Crusade and Gaslands and Carnival. Oh, sorry. I should probably work out how to do ads better. I just let Twitch do its thing right now, which is probably not the best thing to do. Oops. Right. I guess what we could do before I... Thinking about getting Bretonnians after I finish my Lighttown blows. I can always advise Bretonnians. Well, that's a lie. I could sometimes advise Bretonnians. Alright, Alex the Oreo, thank you for the follow. Let me get some gloves on and we'll start dry fitting this. Alright. Do you like vampire cans? We do. I love me some vampire cans. Alright, chat, you know what time it is.
Hey there, hi, I'm ready to
live joyfully.
Really hungry? You're usually the first. The first. Is it living joyfully time? No, it's examination time. It's what the glove snaps were for. Yes, the TOS button is for when you want to live joyfully. I was distracted and your hands were off cam. How do you get such clean white cloth? By going insane. Usually, I do Corex White. And then I go into the recesses with Thunderhawk Blue mixed 1-to-1 with Dark Reaper. And then I stipple out the edges with Fenrisian Grey, and then I glaze up from the recesses to the high ridges with Ulthuan Grey until it looks good. and then I boop, 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 highlight with just like a straight white. What are your pronouns, by the way? She, they. But yeah, I'm quite like picky with how I draw my light shadows. So I play with like shapes and contrast quite a lot to sort of like achieve a look.
Guess
That
what?
makes sense.
Fucking pronouns!
We've just been through this. Ultron gray, boop boopy boop, boop boop, straight white. Yeah, Ultron gray is really, really good because it's like not a straight white, so it's not super stark and it's not super chalky. So it's really good for like glazing up from like blue grays. And then you can just use like a straight white to like pick out edges, highlights. And it'll make the Ultron gray is a wonderful fake white. It is. The reason I like Corax, Haley, is because Corax has decent coverage because it's not quite white. It's like it's got a splash of gray in it. So it's like an off-white. But what it does is it's got very good coverage, usually, depending on what you're putting it over. And when you're like painting over it with blue grays, they go over Corax better than they do over like a straight white. And far be it from me to understand the color theory behind that, but they just do. You'll find a lot of my art is purely on intuition and vibes. And even if I somehow stumble upon the color theory of something, it's usually not from actually knowing that it's the color theory of something. That's why I'm not a good teacher, because I'm taught like entirely off of self-taught, entirely off of vibes. So mostly. God, I hate this model with a passion. If you could only use cool colors or warm colors ever again, what would you pick? That's a tough one. I guess warm, maybe. Yeah, I guess I'd go with warm. No, but purple can be warm or cold, and I like my purple. That's tough. I think probably warm though. My love of red wins out. Okay. We have to make sure these stir. And breathe. I have to make sure these stirrups are really pressed in when I glue it for the contact. Like, really in there. Get your red and brass, that's really good. And then you put them on a shelf next to each other. Although you store your stuff in boxes, don't you? Oh. I just think they would look great on the shelf. Why is that got so much lift in the front? Any positive feelings I ever had about this miniature were lies. This thing deserves to rot. Cole Magrin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you sticking around. If I start screaming and yelling and threatening the designer of this miniature, please don't be alarmed. Where are my sculpting tools? I need a silicone tool to do some prodding. Maybe it's a good thing Games Workshop don't credit designers anymore. You know what? Yes. I will not elaborate. He's not even attached yet. I'm just I'm doing some wiggling to work out the order and way in which I need to glue this for like best adhesion. Okay. And that's some lifting. I'm not gonna start cursing. 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 It's making you work to earn its broken skirmish BS. By the time I get to use it at TSN, it's probably not even going to have its broken skirmish BS. Read into that what you will. JTY doesn't think skirmish is an issue? Really? Interesting. I was gonna make a joke, but I think that might fly a little close to the edge. So I hear. I was gonna say my guy's awful confident for someone Games Workshop is still naming publicly. But that is a little mean, I guess. And I don't mean that. At least it will, because the skirmish rules currently benefit me. Maybe? Yeah, I don't care that strongly about the rules. No, the miniature's cool. I own it. I've painted it. It's gonna see table time. You know what I do care about? Is whichever piece of human misery designed this miniature and how it goes together. Or failing that, if it was sliced by an algorithm to lay it out on a sprue, whoever designed that algorithm, I want to have words with. Just words. Okay. How long does Tamiya extra thin take to set or to start to lose its solvency? How much working time am I going to have with this? Normally I would meme and use the Citadel stuff, but I'm not going to do that here. What is my working time with Tamiya extra thin? Someone tell me. Chop chop. What was the out of that question. I said, what is the working time? Quicker it is. It's quite warm. Okay. Up a touch there. Up a touch there. Yeah, it's going to require some touch-up. The problem is this is painted, so the capillary wicking action isn't really much of an option. It's going to require a little bit of work, a little bit of touch-up where the foot makes contact, but hey, Terry. Yeah. Yeah. I think we might save the... Is it done? No. We've still got the rains to do, which means I'm going to have to stream tomorrow. Because I left the freehand too late today. Yeah, it will be done before Monday. Because if I carry on super late, freehanding, I'm gonna go insane. Because freehanding on no sleep is Smart. I want to see it done. Go insane. All right. Yeah. Already insane. Is it because of all of the sounds that I've been making? Is that what we're judging my sanity levels off of? Oof. That grail is a bit, hasn't enjoyed being wiggled around. Not one bit. Monday when I off, just show off the model. I can do that, certainly. I can show it off. Okay. I've blown a fuse. We did have some discussions about why Games Workshop's artists are now uncredited. If that helps you work out the frame of mind I was in. God, this one is gonna be. This one is gonna suck. Gonna suck to attach. Oh God, I've been contacting. Okay, I haven't rubbed anything off. Ooh. And then you can talk about how you never ever want to do another model like this again, and then get started on one that's even more technical. The thing is, the Bone Dragon, by virtue of being as big as it is a lot less complicated because there's a lot of, like, it's a pain to, like, hold, maybe, but there's a lot of room to move around with that one. I mean, dragons are kind of simple though, because they're largely an airbrush. A lot of blocking in with an airbrush there, and then maybe some refinement. Like, I don't mind big models. Oh, I don't know about those dragons, but most of GDub's dragons pretty reasonable. I tend to find, at least. All right. Come on. Come on. I have no idea what you're on about. Oh, you're talking to Spike. Okay. I will not pick you up and shake you then. Whew. Christ. The stress of this thing. Where is the free hand going? Okay, so the free hand is going. On the reins, on the shield. Yeah. On the shield, on the reins. And do you want to see the contact point for the reins, Terry? Do you want to see the contact point where the reins attached to the horse? And it weaves in between the parts of the mane. Like, you have to really mush it in there and then contract it by that tiny point, which is the tiniest point. But yeah, free hand tomorrow and then we assemble it. I swear to fucking God, hungry, I will. All right, okay, so what this did is it created a little bit of a gap. We're gonna have to. Do I have a shim of something that I can squitch in there? I need a shim of something that's not going to wick and it's not going to stick. I guess what I could do maybe is I guess I could rely on the capillary and then I'm just gonna have to repaint, aren't I? Whatever. Why is that still so? I knew that was gonna happen. Not adhered, has it? No. So I'm gonna have to remove more paint. It's Swear to God. Swear to fucking God. Alright. I'm going to take 30 seconds to think. Breathe. Check my phone. Not think about this miniature. Breathe. 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 I genuinely don't think in the... How old am I? In the 20 years? 18 years? In the 15 to 20 years that I've been Warhammering, I do not think a model has ever made me feel the feelings that I am currently feeling about this model. And I have assembled and painted a lot of annoying models. Like even the questing knights that I had to paint in sub-assemblies and then resculpt details after they were attached to fill in gaps and then repaint those gaps didn't bother me that much. Have you ever put this much effort into a model before? Yes, but also no. Now, yes, I've put this much effort into a model, but I didn't paint it as well. If that makes sense. Because I wasn't as good a painter. If that makes sense. Hey, Crystal. How are you doing? I'm sane, I swear. How was stream? It's lovely to see you. Do you normally stream on a Saturday? To those of you coming in with Crystal, my name is Ren. I'm currently painting and assembling this absolute creature. Terry, if you're still knocking around, would you mind getting Crystal a shout out, please? Wee. Now, I don't want to question your modding skills. However, that's not Crystal. Looking awesome as always, thank you. Yeah, we've just been going slightly insane about the assembly on this particular model. Hey, Forge Mars, how are we doing? Okay, so now I should have cleaned this before we start the Duke on, but oh well. So what we got to do is we got to try and remove some material here without completely skimming into the adjacent paintwork, which I immediately did. Okay, you know what? We'll just fix it in post. We'll repaint. Repaint what needs to be painted on. Have fun, Spike. Thank you for hanging out. Hope your food is nice. Gently. Thank you, Forgemas, for the follow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The touch-ups on this model are going to be endless because I've already scuffed a bit of paint off of the Duke's flowy bits. Camera, please focus. This is important business. Everybody needs to see me fuck up. All right, how do I get a good angle? How do I get a good angle on this? I was in a rush. Should have cleaned this up more before assembly. Okay. Bill, lot of numbers. Welcome in. Breathe, 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 breathe. Thank you for the shout out for Crystal. Okay. I'm probably close to removed enough, just enough for the Naston paint to get a good adhesion now, but I'm going to go a little further. Thankfully, the solvent softened it up a little. I don't know why I'm so worried about like scratching the paint because I can literally just repaint it. I have that power. And I am somewhat of a competent painter, so it can be done. Has the technology? Yeah, the technology is a knife. And I'm not going to make the immediately ensuing joke that popped into my mind. God. No, you don't. Might have to use some super glue on this grail to attach it to the backrest. Because unfortunately, squeezing in the backrest has made it kind of mobile. So I'm gonna have to use a toothpick or something to knock in some super glue and hope it doesn't frost up. All right, round 2. Actually, let me just remove a little more paint. Just to be extra safe. I guess I could remove a little paint on the back of this as well, just improve the overall stickies. I resent that this model is also making me do cleanup after painting as well, because there's a couple points here that are going to require some touch up. It never ends. I could have just contrasted this mini and no one would have complained. I could have done so little. I could have been happy. I could have gone out into the sun. I could have made friends. I could have played games. I could have pet my cat more. And yet, spend all my time painting Bretonnias. Do you ever think you'd be doing anything different with your life? More accomplished? It really doesn't want to bond. Doesn't seem like it. Mm. All right. Night, Crystal. Thank you for the raid. Okay, I think the backrest is finally attached. A little messy, aren't I? what I wanted, but okay. I think the backrest is finally attached. Finally, like properly attached. Now we gotta do some fixing on this. Ooh. Man, we want to do some real annoying painting. All right. Well, the gluing wasn't perfect, so there's going to be a little bit of touch up, but you know, I can handle. I can handle that. Okay. It's good enough. Should bond. Now we've got to do a little bit of gluing with the super glue. Question is, what do I want my delivery mechanism for the super glue to be? Train? I'm not sure it would fit. Okay, so I don't think I'm gonna actually syringe. I'm not gonna syringe the super glue per se. I'm just gonna use the needle as a like very thin applicator, I think. I'm sure I can pick up quite enough. Super glue quite enough. Just so that Grail doesn't go flying, because having forced it out of the way to glue the backrest on, it has loosened somewhat. Small parts, points. Welcome in. We are having a normal time. I hope you are having a normal time too. How was your stream? For those of you coming in, my name is Ren. I paint mostly the old world, mostly Bretonnia, and we are assembling a miniature. And boy, are we assembling it. Okay. Hey, Jace, Bretonian shocker. Yeah, no. One day I won't be paying Bretonians. What then? What then? Does the paint stay in the syringe 24/7? No, I was using it to apply super glue, because it has a very, very thin nose. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in there with a paintbrush. You might not be able to see this, but where the grail has pulled away from the belt, right? Let's see if I can get a focus on that. All right, let's try it up here. Where the grail has pulled away from the belt is separated and left a white space that we're going to need to go in and paint. Don't know if you can see it, but I can. So we'll do that when we do touch-ups. But we've just showed it up by giving it a contact point to the backstop with some super glue, so that it's got a contact point at the belt and a contact point at the backrest, so it's not just going to ping off if it gets jostled a little. All right. Should get this thing done tomorrow. What were you working on stream? Small parts? What are we doing? Building some infinity minis. Ooh. Do you have any links you want to share? Any images? Anything you want to show off in chat? Okay, and twist. That should be just enough to stop the cap from drying on. All right. Yeah, I have just assembling that last bit of the mini has drained any will that I had to continue painting for the rest of the day. So we are gonna find someone to raid. But yeah, we are so close to done. Like super close. I think all in all, this is looking all right. Aurelia was just glowing and swearing a lot. Nothing worth sharing. Same. Nearly there. Nearly there. Wi-Fi rate, chef's kiss? Yeah. Turned out pretty good in the end. Yeah, his eyes do look like they glow. Good enough. Good enough. All right. We will finish this tomorrow. I hope some of you will join me to finally put this fucking thing to rest. This tiny, insignificant miniature that has stolen months of my life. It's rare that you get to see someone kill their demons in real time. Demons of their own making, you know, but demons all the same. All right, let's find someone to raid. Let's just kill the music now. All right.
You have done that yourself.
Hey, physics. Bye, physics. Better be good on the table. No, I'm going to make sure he suffers. He sucks and suffers. I'm going to feed into every dragon that I possibly can. There's not a lot of people on tonight. It's like... It's Froggy, Tiger, and Hoodguard. Basically. Patch is on, but we've raided Patch and Froggy recently, so that's Tiger or Hoodguard. And Tiger's streaming Lies of P, so Hoodguard it is. All right. Everybody say hello to Hoodguard. He's good people, good fun, wonderful miniature painter. Say hello, stick around for a while. I'm gonna die. Night.